Testing, testing. Well, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Back to our final day. This is going to be your first call for Class 1, that Class 30. Once again, we'll be doing the ABC as we did yesterday in our junior show, but this will be your first call for Class 36A from March. It'll be 3 and 3 of 18 to 4 and 27 of 18. Once again, this will be your first call, Class 36. Well, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our final day here at our 2018 ABGA. As is our tradition, the first thing we'll do this morning, we will have our prayer, our pledge, and then a singing of the national anthem. To do our prayer today, we have Mr. Gary Larson.
Thank you. Let us pray. Merciful Father, that you have kept us through the night and have brought us into this day, that every day from you is a gift. We pray that on this day you would preserve us from all harm and evil. We ask that you would bless our homecoming, that you would keep us safe in your care. We give you thanks, O Lord, for the talents of our staff of the American Boer Goat Association and those who volunteer to keep this organization on the path that it was laid out for. We ask, O Lord, that on this day when we champion a cause, that we would be part of your plan to stomp out all injustice, including bullying, that with your vicarious death on the cross and the glorious resurrection of your Son, Jesus Christ, you have deemed that all life is worthy of your love. We pray that we would champion the same. We pray this in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Thank you. And we have one of our ABGA officers to do our pledge. This is William Carvino.
Please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, William. And now for our national anthem, Miss Jody Show from Anita, Iowa.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Jody. All right. Sing that national anthem is always a hard deal out here. Jody does a great job. Katie does a great job. And ladies and gentlemen, for the final time, what time is it? It's showtime. Once again, I would have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. We have completed our opening ceremonies. Final call for that Class 36A. Final call, Class 36A. Also, just like to make a quick announcement back in Barnett. We had a cell phone turned in yesterday. We had a cell phone turned in late yesterday. So if you're missing your cell phone, please come up here to the announcer desk, identify it, and we'll give it back to you. We made that announcement in the back, but we had a cell phone that was turned in late yesterday evening. So if you are missing your cell phone, we have it up here at the announcer's desk. So once again, if you are missing your cell phone, please come up here at the announcer's desk. We'd like to give it back. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to our final day, starting our Buck Show, our 2018 show. This is our first class, Class 36A. Should be 40 in the class. If I could have all of our junior exhibitors' attention back in the barn. Once again, our ABGA members' attention back in the barn. We'll make it on as well. When we had our fitting contest here the other day, one of our competitors left a set of mats where they were trimming the goat. They're a set of gray mats. They're weaver mats. They were left, and those are over in the cattle barn. Joe and Barbie Teal at their booth near the backdrop. They have that extra set of mats. So if you can kind of identify those, please go over there, pick those up. And once again, a couple of our kids that were in the fitting contest forgot to pick up those mats. We'd like to get them to them before they go home. So once again, all of our ABGA members, if you were in the fitting contest, you're missing a set of mats, please go by Joe and Barbie Teal's pins. They've got those mats there. In case you didn't hear that announcement, of course, back in the barn, this is for our ABGA members. If you were in that fitting contest here the other night, once again, that fitting contest we had the other night, some of our kids left a set of mats, those mats that they use there, of course, on the ground and floor around the goats. Some of you may be missing that set. We had an extra set left. They're a gray set. We were set. If you are missing that set, they are over in the cattle barn at Joe and Barbie Teal's pins. Their pins are right over here by the backdrop, our photographer's backdrop. So once again, if you're missing a set of mats, go over there, and if you can kind of identify them and claim them, they're yours. Once again, if we can have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we're short several here in this first class 36A full-blood buck. We need BMAC Farms from Pink Hill, North Carolina on entry 1088. We need Derek, Sheila, Michael, and Michaela Weatherall from Tolano, Illinois on entry number 1235. We need Matthew Sinclair from Wellington, Colorado on entry 1326. We're missing Caleb Tinbensel from Cambridge, Nebraska on entry 1484. We're missing Michael and Martina Smith from Milo, Missouri on entry number 1725. We're missing Nicholas Pitlick from Jordan, Minnesota on entry number 1787. Also Maverick Rowe from Shepherd, Montana on entry 1799. And Kylie Stanley from Wiley, Texas on 1983. Once again, we need those individuals in the show ring at this time. Also, while we're kind of gathering out here, just like to call your attention out here to the show ring. Okay, we'll back up. We'll do another quick announcement first. Just like to remind you that today is Anti-Bullying Day. Today is Anti-Bullying Day. As you know, we buy lots and lots of T-shirts. Those are then all the money goes back to that the different charitable organization that we happen to be sponsoring here at our 2018 show. You notice some orange T-shirts kind of running around here. The office came to me and said they've got a really, really good deal. They haven't sold as many shirts as they'd like, and sometimes we just kind of forget about that. But the shirts are normally $20 a piece. Today, you can get a deal here where you can buy one and get one free. Okay, so you can buy one and get one free. Just go to the office, give me $20, and you can pick up T-shirts. Just also remind you, remember today at noon, we will be doing a photo op out here in the show arena. When we take up break for lunch, we'll be bringing everyone back in the show ring that's got one of our anti-bullying shirts, and we'll take a group photo. So once again, go by the office, grab you a T-shirt. Once again, they're $20 and you get two for the price of one. So great deal, great deal. Be a great deal to take back home. So basically, we're just talking about $10 a T-shirt. So once again, we appreciate all your support. It's a great function that we have here at our show, but we really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're out here, once again, I'd just like for you to call your attention out here to the show ring just a second. Terry Taylor, if you got time to stand for about 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, last night we had a guy that pinched hit for us at the banquet. He did a great job last night. Give Terry Taylor a round of applause. Thank you, young man. We appreciate it. Another young man we'd really like to thank last night, Pitt Kimmer from Kimmer Auction Service. He did that he does a great job last year. I've never seen anybody that can work a crowd better than that guy right there. So give Pitt Kimmer a round of applause as well. Pitt, thank you. Still waiting on the results, but I heard we kind of had a record-breaking night last night, and I'm waiting on the final figures, and we'll get that to you a little bit later in the day. Terry is telling me it was over 37,000 last night. Everybody, let's give our kids a round of applause because it goes back to our kids. Thank you for all your support. exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused this time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank these exhibitors as they go out of the arena today. Once again, we've got some really, really good bucks from all over the country. Once again, we appreciate everyone coming here to our 2018 show. Thank you. Also, while we're getting started this morning, just like to remind you that we are broadcasting live here, our 2018 show. Pretty neat deal. You can kind of see what's going on. I had a little girl come up to me first thing this morning and said her dad could not be here. And so he's getting an opportunity to watch her show and watch the show from wherever he's at. So once again, it's a great advantage we have here at the show. Once again, if you've got grandma and grandpa maybe watching the kids show, or you've got different breeders that are looking at a particular buck today, they can go on the website. They can go to Livestock Buyer. Just go to the website, pull up Livestock Buyer. The broadcasting link is on their Facebook page, so they can see it from there. Also, you can go to the ABGA website, and it's on their YouTube page. So once again, if you got somebody back home that would really like to watch this live, great opportunity to do that. They get all the colorful announcing by the announcer that goes along with it. So once again, a lot of really good advantages to watch that. But once again, go to Livestock Buyer, go to the Facebook page, or go to the ABGA website and go to the YouTube page. Also, we got 2 or 3 of the guys that have been working really hard. Let's give our girls a round of applause over here. They've done a really good job for us this year. Give them a round of applause. Great job, guys. Once again, if I got our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for that Class 36B. Once again, those bucks from 18 to 3 and 3 of 18. First call, Class 36B. Once again, kind of while we're gathering here to watch the show, I'm beginning to see lots and lots of orange shirts show up. So once again, lots of orange shirts showing up. So once again, this is celebrating and recognize our Anti-Bullying Day. You can pick up those shirts in the office. So right now, they're 2 for the price of 1. So for $20, you can get 2 T-shirts. Once again, great thing to be taken back to your home state, your community. Once again, we are our charitable foundation that we're working charitable group is the anti-bullying group this year. So once again, we would appreciate your support. Once again, if I can have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for that Class 36B. Final call, 6B.
Ribbon boy, let's go.
All right, for our judges get reason here, once again, you may be joining us for the very first time. You may be online watching this, but I'd like to introduce our judges this time. First of all, we have from, we're not going to go through the whole bio, but just like to tell you that from Winder, Georgia, we have Mr. Rusty Lee. Rusty, let's give him a round of applause. From Stillwater, Oklahoma, we have Mr. Josh Taylor. And our newest member here, this from Ashland, Missouri, Nick Hammett. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give all three of our judges a round of applause. They work really hard to do this. We appreciate you so much. Thank you, guys.
Well, good morning, everybody. Great to be out here today on the last day of our national show and see such a great lineup of these young bucks to come out and start our show this morning. I think a pretty good top end up here. We've got a trio that are truly outstanding. I think you look at the feet and legs on these three and how good they are and the way that they track and the way they get out and flex and the athleticism that they've got built into them. And then they couple that with a nice amount of power and shape and dimension. I think the buck that comes up here to the top of the class for us, he's not overwhelming in terms of his size and scale and length compared to maybe the three that are behind him, but he's so good in the way that he's put together. The way he's constructed from the ground up is truly exceptional. He couples that with an extreme amount of shape out of his top line, really seamless in the way he ties it in through that hip, broad and expansive underneath, transitions all that width all the way to the ground, and then packages it up extremely well from the side. You look at the balance and the symmetry in this one. I think that one's going to go a long way on down the road. And then we come into a paint spotted up buck here in the second spot. Again, I love the foot size and shape to this guy when you get him out. You watch him at the ground. You watch him travel. He's really true in the way he gets out and moves. I think he's one that you have to appreciate that length of body, particularly through that center carriage from elbow back to flank. He could probably handle with a little more stoutness to his muscle pattern and shape over his top line, but we love the openness through that chest. We love the expansion up there at the top part of his hip and how he transitions that muscle. Nice and full down through that twist and stifle. Just a really nice individual there to be in that second spot within this lineup. I think another unique one that comes into the third spot, the young lady has really an attractive fronted young buck that his neck ties in extremely high, gives you an ultra cool look out of that front end. He's, again, one that we like on his feet and legs. We can step around behind this guy. He probably gives up a shot of power and internal dimension to the top part of that pelvis comparative to the two that are in front of him, and that's what gets him down into this third spot. But we love the pattern, we love the style, and we love the look in him from the side as well. I think a red buck that comes into the fourth spot here, again, one that's got a good amount of length of body from nose to tail, and you appreciate that about him, the strength down that top line, how good he is in that chine bone and the way it hooks in correctly at the top of his shoulder. Maybe just gives up some of that power through those lower extremities. We'd like to transition some of that muscle down, let it tie in a little fuller about that lower leg and through that hock, maybe open him up underneath and through those underpinnings just to see a little more breadth and width down low in this one. Really attractive young buck that comes out next. It gets a little out-horsed in terms of that foot size and circumference and bone work underneath of him. But I think from there up, you can't draw a lot of issue with this one in the way that he's made and how smooth made he is and how well he's put together in terms of the parts and pieces. We could have stouten him up in through that skull plate. I see a little more breed character up there through that head and neck. But I think a neat individual there to go out within that 4th spot. I think a buck that comes next that got some power and performance in him. You love the depth of body and the shape to that rib. This one, when you let this one off the chain, he wants to kind of get a little uncoordinated in the way that he's put together, probably due to a growth spurt. Fully can understand that. I think this one, as he comes back and works himself back into his body cavity as he gets older, this one could be a contender on down the road because he's good in his feet and legs. He just wants to get a little piecey today when we get him out here and analyze him with the rest of the class. A paint buck that comes next is one that gets a little rounder in that top line. He's just not wanting to really show himself off today. He does have a little lower set to that neck attachment, and that kind of detracts from the balance of him when we get him out here with the rest of the class. But I think a good functional individual. He loved the roundness of rib and the openness up there at the top of his hip. Big broody type of a buck that comes next. Extreme amount of depth of body in this guy. I love the uniformity of that depth. Maybe just a little uncoordinated in the way that he's put together as well. We could certainly change and shift some balance points in this one to add a little more stylishness and eye appeal to him to get him up any higher. A pair of bucks that come next, ones that are a little more modern in their frame size, a little shorter coupled off of both ends of their spine. We appreciate the amount of muscle shape and dimension that they lay on to that more moderate frame. We just like to elongate them and extend them off of both ends to really rival what you see at the top end of the class. I think a pair of bucks that come after them that have some extension off of both ends, maybe just didn't have quite the muscle shape and power that you see, particularly in the young lady's goat there that in the purple shirt. I think we just add a little more muscle dimension to that one. I think the next goat in the lineup, again, a little more modern in his frame size. Appreciate what he has to offer, but we need to elongate him and his overall size and scale to get him up any higher. A couple of bucks that round out the class, get a little uncoordinated for us in the way that they're put together today. I think a nice, useful pair of those buck kids that just need a little more time to really come into their own and muscle up and power up to get up any higher. But a good class to start off our show this morning. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
The results in our class 36A. In first place was Kathy and Katie Deemer out of Hawkeye, Iowa on DHTBG, right on the money. In second place was Lee and Sharon Dana out of Clay Center, Nebraska on F23 Picasso's Paint B. In third place was Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma on TKGB Spooks Monster. In fourth place was again Kathy and Katie Deemer from Hawkeye, Iowa, this time on DHTBG Close Encounter. In fifth place was Natalie Scholl from Anita, Iowa on DHTBG Shark Bite. In sixth place was Terry and Sue Taylor from Lubbock, Texas on RBMG Show Me the Money. Seventh place was Belton Billy or Mark Ashburn from King, North Carolina on B2GFB Square Goat Farm, Roscoe. In eighth place was Aaron and Denise Crabtree from Chillicothe, Ohio on Captain Jack. In ninth place was Dakota Ballard from Roxton, Texas on Cody's Next Heart Line. And finally in 10th place was Jackson Burke from Mapleton, North Dakota on Burke Farms, Lincoln. Also like to remind you that our ribbon sponsor in that first class, that Class A here in our buck show, was Jim Furman, using the Aflac Associate. But once again, we'll be announcing this throughout the day. We have ribbon sponsors for just about every class in our buck show. So once again, here in this Class A, your ribbon sponsor was Jim Furman, Aflac Associate. Ladies and gentlemen, now coming in the arena is our second class here in our Junior Bucks. This is Class 36B, should be 40 in the class.
Attention in the barns. I need Bailey Willis with entry number 14, Fifth Truck, Louisiana. I need Matt and Mindy Young with entry number 1417. Well, I'm sorry. Scratch that one. Sue Wall with 1540, entry number 1540 from Bloomfield, Indiana. And Rochelle Braun with entry number 1597 from Knox, Indiana. Again, Bailey Willis with 1415, Sue Wall with 1540, and Rochelle Braun with 1597.
once again, while our judge is putting our exhibitors through their paces here, just like to remind you once again, seeing more and more of those orange shirts show up. I want you to know, as an Oklahoma State University and home with the brightest orange in America, I really appreciate orange shirts. I want you to know that. I know it's kind of lame. I'm sorry, it's kind of lame. I also heard like the University of Illinois, maybe a couple of others around too. So I know you guys aren't quite as bright, but it's all okay. It's all okay. It's all okay. There we go. I'd also like to remind you that the shirts are on sale, 2 for $20 for anti-bullying. It goes to a great cause. So once again, encourage everyone, go buy you a shirt. We're going to gather out here in the show arena at noon, do a group photo, Pearl, and then we'll do that for us. So once again, please go by and pick you up a t-shirt. Once again, it goes to our anti-bullying cause this year. Great group. The exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a round of applause for our exhibitors as they exit the arena today? They do a great job once again. We've been here a long time. They've held these bucks here the whole show. Done a great job. Thank you. Once again, I would have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. This will be your first call for that Class 36C. Once again, birthday from 12 and 5 of 17 to 1. This will be your first call, Class 36C. Once again, I would have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. This will be your final call for that Class 36C. Once again, final call, Class 36C.
That last class was fun. This one was blood. Too damn many issues. It's weird. You have one class that the number 10 buck, I would buy him. He's that good. And the next class, you can barely find one you like. Just one class apart.
I'll go. All right, folks, we've got our second full-blood buck class for today to talk, and we've got a few issues in this class, and I'll try to describe them as we go through here. We're going to start the class with this big paint buck up here in the front that I think is a buck that's the most complete buck for us. He's the best on his feet and legs. He's structurally correct. He's got plenty of meat and muscle and style about him. He's got a nice head to him, nice shape of the forehead, and good extension. Ties in really well through the shoulders and across the top line. He's got a big, long rump from hooks to pins, carries that muscling down really far. And again, he's structurally correct on all four corners. I think a buck that fairly easily wins the class once you really evaluate him, get your hands on him. We follow him up with a buck in second that, I'll be honest with you, this buck gets out-horsed a little bit from some of the bucks behind him, but he's the next most structurally correct buck of this quality to be finished second in this class. If we had to give him a few things we'd like to change on him, obviously power, overall power, we'd like to do that. I personally would like to give him a little more masculinity in the head, not necessarily in the shape, just overall size. He's a little small-headed, a little touch feminine compared to the others, but he backs it up with some power and some structure behind him, and again, good on all 4 feet and legs. The third buck is another buck that's kind of similar to what we had in the second place hole, a buck that just kind of by process of elimination works himself up there. He's a good buck. I like the shape of his head and horn set. I like the extension in the front end. Another buck that's really correct on feet and legs, which is why he's standing in the third hole. He's a touch deeper in the rump from hooks to pins, but other than that, he's got all the product there. If we had to level him out in the rump a little bit, maybe give him a little more horsepower, I think he's a buck that can maybe challenge for a spot or two up ahead. This next buck is a buck that we really, really like him on profile. If we were judging on profile only and we never let him go or we never saw him on the move, this may be our class winner. He's got so much overall size and skill. He's got so much length of body. He's got a ton of muscle coming down the rear leg. Just a really nice, attractive looking buck to look at, but a buck that just has a little bit too much movement in that front shoulder area for us to move him up any further. The next buck is another buck that's a little smaller in type and kind, a little bit shorter body, a little bit smaller in height. I love the amount of muscle this dude's got on the rear rump. I love the feel on the loin he's got. But another buck that's a little bit too straight in the front legs and a little bit too over the front of his knees, too far up on his toes for us to be able to move him up any further. He kind of bows out just a little bit on both front legs. If we could change those front legs, this is a buck that challenges at least for a couple spots, may even challenge for the first place hole. He's a really good looking buck. We like to change him there. The next buck, the young lady in the orange shirt, is another good looking buck. He's a little more extended. He may have hit that growthy stage where he's kind of a lankier look right now. He doesn't have quite the bone and power that the other buck does. But when you really follow the shape of his head and the horn set and the way he ties in through the shoulders and the top line and the rump, I really like. He just doesn't have as much horsepower down below to compete with those bucks ahead of him. This next kind of dark cape buck is another buck that's a buck that just kind of gets out horsed. He's got a good look to him. I'd like to maybe give him a little thicker bottom jaw, a little more masculinity and overall skull size. I like the lines on the top. I like the amount of muscle he's got coming down the rear leg. He just gets out horsed a little bit. He doesn't have the overall size and scale some of the bucks ahead of him. Doesn't have some of the overall power down those rear legs as what the bucks ahead of him did. This next buck is a really attractive buck, a little taller, framier, longer body buck. Pretty good head on this dude. I like the way he ties in from the front, but just a buck that was a little too steep in his rump for us to move him up any further. These next two bucks, these two red bucks, were very similar in type and kind. They were some we went out and found as we kind of hunted through them. This buck here, I think, is a really good buck. All the parts are there. All the pieces are there. You just don't see as much of him. A little more smaller bone size. Doesn't have the overall feel and power that the bucks ahead of him did. But I think his better days are ahead of him for sure. I would definitely keep him on the track he's going.
This next buck, kind of the same deal, a little finer made, a little greener in his bone structure, but I love the shape of him. We talked about it yesterday, if you kind of drew a midline from him, the top half I really like, the bottom half I'd like to give him some more meat and bone and power, but overall another good class of bucks. Congratulations.
Once again, congratulations to all our exhibitors. Once again, here in this class 36B, your first place winner was Paul and Kim Morgan out of Charlestown, Indiana, on 2MBG 2M Boer Goats Fire. Paul and Kim Morgan from Charlestown, Indiana also had second in the class. That's 2MBG 2M, this time on Boer Goats Johnny Be Good. In third place was Cole McNear from Reynolds, Iowa on K2R Thunderstruck. On fourth place was Tanner Danke from Idaville, Indiana on RBMG Talkin' Dirty. In fifth place was Joe and Barbie Teal out of Stillwater, Oklahoma on Teal O Snap. In sixth place was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma on 4L Boer Goats Party Out West. Seventh place again was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma, this time on 4L Boer Goats Party Cat. In that'd be eighth place, Kimberly Leifer from Oregon City, Oregon on MMH Bishop. In ninth place was Bill Sue Christie or Rebecca Hobby from Houston, California on Hobby Smokin' Pace Setter. And finally in 10th place was Tina Burnett from Choctaw, Oklahoma on Bernie Riot. Also, just like to remind you that our ribbon sponsor in that Class B, that's Double V Boer Goats, that's Tyler Van Vorst. Now coming in arena is our Class 36C, should be 39 in the class. Also, quick announcement, if we have, I think it's Matt Moravec from our sale last night from the live auction. There was a gift card that was purchased. He can pick that up at the office. Once again, did not pick it up last night, but Matt Moravec, there was a gift card that you purchased last night. You can pick that up in the office. We'll make it back in the back as well. Once again, if I could have everyone's attention back in the barn, we had a Matt, looks like Moravec. Matt Moravec, you purchased a gift card last night from our, that card is in the office. Once again, you can pick up that card in the office. Once again, looks like Matt Moravec. Once again, if we could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we are short 2 in this Class 36C. We need Joshua Tucker from Ogden, Iowa, and on entry number 1166, and then we need Jeff Pickerel from Fredericktown, Ohio, on entry number 1617. Once again, we need Joshua Tucker from Ogden, Iowa, and Jeff Pickerel from Fredericktown, Ohio. We need those two bucks in the arena at this time. once again, while our judges making their final decision, just like to remind you, we have several vendors, about 20 vendors all together here throughout our cattle barn, show barn, and here in the main show arena itself. We're going to have a lot of great things for sale, great things to look at, nutritional information. Once again, I'd like to share with you who our vendors are. We have Sullivan Supply and North Star Gates, the Agribuckle, Showbling on a String, Showstring USA. Essential Feeds have AgriWorld International and Biogenetics. We have, looks like Weedkind, it's WEDEKIND Manufacturing. We have Vitalix, the Elwoods, that's Radiant Reds, and Kenny's Killer Jerky. Have Lowe's Feed, Kimmer Auctions, LivestockBuyers.com, Cassida Creation, Sidale 3-in-1 feeders, Twisted Stitch, Exis Trailers, and the Prize Goat Design. Once again, we appreciate, really do, all of our vendors coming here and showing their wares, have things for sale, information to give you. So once again, appreciate you get a chance before you leave today, drop by some of our vendors and say hi and tell them we appreciate them being here at our 2018 show. The exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused this time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, is as our tradition, please give our exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the arena today. Thank you. Once again, if we have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for that class 36D. Birthdays from 9 and 4/17 to 12 and 18. Once again, this will be your first call for class 36D. Once again, if we have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for that Class 36D. Once again, final call, Class 36D.
Interesting class of buck kids. I think we found a really complete buck to lead out this class. In our minds, he came to the top pretty handily. When you combine that profile look, that strong, long, level top line with some substance of bone, you get around behind him, super full through that hip, carries that down nicely into the center lower portions of his leg. Just a pretty complete little individual with a nice head on him as well. Just a pretty complete buck to win the class. Guess when we get back into the next five, we got 3 bucks here in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th hole that are a little more traditional in terms of their style. Obviously, this dapple buck is quite non-conventional compared to the bucks that are on either side of him. But I think you got to appreciate just his overall style, how he's linked the front end, is hooked up high, comes out of that shoulder really nice. Like to widen him up to that chest floor a little bit. Would like to strengthen up those rear pasterns quite a bit. But a buck you just got to appreciate for his style, his width, his overall expansion to the center portion of that rib cage, just his overall look and design. We felt there was a buck that deserved to be up there towards the top end of this class. We get back into 3 bucks. They're a little more traditional in their design with our 3rd place buck. I think of the 3 that we got left, he's just really smooth in his design, blended in that shoulder back into that rib pretty nicely. He's wide and square on all fours. He comes at you pretty wide through that chest floor, got some length to his side, got some muscle shape when you get around behind him. He's just a pretty complete buck with no major holes in him. And I think the same thing holds true for the paint buck that's here in 4th. Again, another buck with a lot of length of size, adequate width, adequate muscle shape. Gets a little weaker in his top line than the buck that's right up ahead of him, but a nice buck there in the paint buck as well. The green tag buck we wind up with next, I think he sizes up really nicely with the 2 bucks that are up ahead of him. Definitely from a profile, you'd like to strengthen up that top line, level out that hip a little bit, but a buck, when you get around behind him, sets up as wide and square as anything. He's got a true, hard, natural muscle shape in him. Just a buck with a lot of product, a lot of performance, and I think you got to read a buck like that and get him up here towards the top end of this class. Next buck, we love the head design on this little fella. Really love the curvature, the width between the eyes, the width through the chest floor. Just comes up a little small out here today. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely. Gets a little rounder in the shoulder, a little weaker down that top line. Just need to see more overall size and scale to get him up higher. We like the style and the eye appeal of the buck that comes out next from a profile. He's long-bodied. He's extended through that front end. He's high and tight to that chest floor. Just doesn't quite have enough expansion to that rib cage, particularly in the forerib. Want to feel more muscle shape to that loin edge, particularly coming right out of his shoulder. But a nice design buck from a profile. You like his size. You like his extension. You like his eye appeal. Buck that comes out next, again, just a little functional kind of buck that you appreciate the width. You appreciate the curvature of the rib, the muscle shape, the roundness of the muscle shape through the center portion of his leg. Just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. Just need to extend that front end, maybe clean it up a little bit, strengthen that top line, level up that hip, and he could be competing with some of those other bucks up there. Buck we got coming out next, again, another buck you sure appreciate the eye appeal, the profile, the design of him from this angle. Long level down that top line, just narrows up to that chest floor a little bit, wants to come in at the knees a little bit. It's got a little swelling on that left knee, gets a little narrower tracking as he moves away from you, but you love the muscle that's up there in that hip and how he carries that down with some expression through the center portions of his leg. Then we got another dapple buck that winds up our top 10 here. You like the style, you like the length of body, the levelness. Just comes up a little base narrow today to get up any higher today, but a nice class of young bucks. Let's give them a hand for bringing them out today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kind of apologize here for just a little bit of a delay, but in our Class 36C in first place was BMAC Farms out of Pink Hill, North Carolina, on BMAC Fortune Cookie. In second place was Josh Pilcher from, looks like Menlo, Georgia, on 2CCB King Size. In third place is Joe and Barbie Teal out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, on Teal Show Me Boar's Wild Thing. In fourth place was Emma Rethens from Patterson, California, on Paint My Party. In fifth place, looks like a Hirschler and it's IMIG. That's Gillison, Vicky, Tristan, and Zane out of Lakeside, Nebraska, on VTZ Everybody Wants You. In sixth place, again, was BMAC Farms out of Pink Hill, North Carolina, this time on BMAC Mercy Rule. In seventh place was Sydney Beatty out of Loveland, Colorado, on SAKB Ransom. In eighth place was Belton Billy or Mark Ashburn out of King, North Carolina, on B2GB Square Goat Farm, last in its MA. In ninth place was Bailey Bergholm from Terre Haute, Indiana, on BAB4 Major. And in 10th place was Seth Goodwin out of Lewisburg, West Virginia, on GF5 Goodwin Farms Mountain Man. All right, excuse me, we are missing 3 in this Class 36D. We need Chad and Nancy Steinke on entry number 1299. We need Pay from New Carlisle, Ohio on entry number 1537. And need Jeff Pickrell from Fredericktown, Ohio on entry number 1611. We need those 3 individuals in the show ring at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, now in the arena here, this is Class 36D, should be 32 in the class. Also, just like to do a little bit of catching up. Back in our Class B, we had a class buckle sponsor for that class. That was Sidale Incorporated. That was Kyle Christensen. And then the ribbon sponsor in that Class C was Lazy JV Ranch Equipment Sales. Once again, I'm going to have all our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. Just like to remind you that today is our time when we make a contribution to a charitable foundation. This year it's the anti-bullying campaign. We have those orange T-shirts. You're seeing lots of them running around the barn. I want to remind you that you can pick those up at the office. Have a really good deal right now. You can get 2 shirts for the price of 1. Once again, for $20, you can get 2 shirts for the price of 1. We have lots of shirts, all kinds of sizes in the office. So please go by and pick up one of our orange T-shirts and support our anti-bullying information that we have today. Also let you know that we will be gathering over lunch to do that photo op that we've done for so many years in the past. But once again, go buy one of those orange T-shirts and be ready then as we do that group photo op over lunch. Now, if you're going to bring donuts, you need to kind of remember us up here at the announcer's stand. Remember us at the announcer's stand? Also like to remind you once again, we made the announcement just in the back that again is our anti-bullying day here as we celebrate one group, a nonprofit here that's national in scope. Once again, it is the anti-bullying. You're beginning to see more and more orange shirts. We appreciate that. Once again, got a great deal up there in the office. You can get 2 shirts for the price of 1. Once again, $20 will get you 2 shirts. Lots of sizes left. We will be doing the group photo out here in the ring. You were saying, well, I wanted to be in a group photo. Well, here's your chance. We'll be doing that group photo out here. Pearl and her crew will be taking that photo over lunch. So once again, please go by and pick up a T-shirt. And once again, all of our finances that we raised today will go back to the anti-bullying campaign. The exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused at this time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank these exhibitors for this participation today. All right, just there again, kind of keep up to date on some of our announcements. Once again, if you're joining us for the first time here on Friday for our ABGA show, you'll notice around the show different groups. There's companies, there's different breeders from across the country that they give additional financial support here to the show to help run all of this for our ABGA and our JABGA. Once again, we've done this every day, and I'd like to introduce to you those table sponsors. We have the Blue Gainey Ranch, we have Kimmer Ranch and Boars by Hobby, Able Acres, Carlson Pinecrest, have Dust Devil Ranch and Caprio Boar Goats. Clear Creek Farms have the Missouri Family Ranch, Paradox and Minger Creek Ranch. Weatherall Farm and Hilltop Farm have Advanced Boar Genetics, have the Diefenbach, Stevens and Smith, also the Minnesota Boer Goat Association, Aprina Acres Boar Goats, Lucky J Family Goats, the S&S Boar Goats and Westfall Boar Goats, have the SAKB Boar Goats, Breezy Acre Boar Goats, RJ Transportation Incorporated, AA Boar Goats, have the Wild Wind Farm, the K Holla Boar Goats, and Hard Rock Farm. Also, the K Holla Boar Goats, also Bodger Boars, C&J Shoal Farms, Wicky's Rockin' Boar Goats, the Shepherd Creek Ranch, Frank and Susan Burner, Land of Grace Farm, and Southern Hollow Farm, and the Flying L Ranch Boar Goats. Ladies and gentlemen, would you give our table sponsors a round of applause? We really appreciate their support. Thank you.
We'll make this announcement back in the barn too, but we need Sydney Beatty from Loveland, Colorado, Sydney Beatty from Loveland, Colorado, and Ryan Throckmorton from LaSalle, Colorado. We need you in the show ring at this time. We'll make this announcement back in the back as well.
If I could have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, we need Sydney Beatty from Loveland, Colorado, Sydney Beatty from Loveland, Colorado, and Ryan Throckmorton from LaSalle, Colorado. Ryan Throckmorton from LaSalle, Colorado. We need those two individuals here in the show ring at this time. Once again, if we have Ryan Throckmorton from LaSalle, Colorado, we need you up here in the show arena at this time.
All right, if I could have everybody's attention up here at the announcer stand, we have a couple of very special presentations. This is from our percentage show that happened yesterday, day before. Once again, we have some serious looking hardware up here. I want you to know that it looks impressive. We're going to announce our premier percentage exhibitor. Once again, our premier percentage exhibitor, the grand champion, goes to Sydney Beatty from Loveland, Colorado. Congratulations. Where's our photographer? Here we go. Let's give Sydney another round of applause. Congratulations. And our reserve grand premier percentage exhibitor is Ryan Throckmorton from LaSalle, Colorado. Congratulations. Once again, give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Once again, if we could have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for that class 36E. Once again, birth dates from 6 and 3 of 17 to 9 and 3 of 17. First call, class 36E. Once again, if I could have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for that Class 36E. Final call, Class 36E.
Pretty interesting class out here, I think, from top to bottom. A lot of challenges to work through, and the one thing that we all agreed about, and I kind of just mentioned it to Rusty there right towards the end, there was one buck out here that we didn't have any discussion about. We never even brought him up, and that was our champion, or our class winner. We just all assumed we could find this one because I think this one is such a clear-cut winner. He's just so good in every area. We just kind of basically ignored him because, I mean, he was just standing out there. And we all kind of knew that was our class winner from the get-go. I think this one's superb in his feet and legs. You talk about size and shape of that foot, how they get out and travel, pick them up, put them down in such a square manner. This one's exceptional. We love the depth of body. We love the extra volume through that center. He still bounces up that extra bit of volume with a lot of width through that chest floor, a lot of width out of the top side of his hip, handles with a good amount of shape and dimension from that last rib on back. I think that's just a pretty solid individual. It's pretty hard to punch a hole in that one and really be critical of a buck that's that good. And then you get past that guy, we've got some things we need to work through on down the line. And I mean, that's where personal preference and some priorities in your selection critiquing really starts to take over. I think the bucks in second and third match up from a body type and shape and length standpoint. I think we can see maybe a little more extension out of the front 1/3 in this buck that comes into the second spot. You like the elevation and the way his neck ties in a little higher about the top of his shoulder. He doesn't have the muscle shape and the bone work, particularly that you see in the buck in the second spot. But I think that one's pretty good on his feet and legs. He's still got some roundness to his rib and some openness to that center, and then a nice profile. Maybe just need to power him up ever so slightly to really rival that class winner, but a pretty good individual there in his own right.
I think this buck gets up into the second spot and fights a little harder with our class winner if we fix him on his back wheels. I think we set this one down a little square with a little more stiffness to that pastern and less deviation back there. This guy can get up into the front and really fight for that top end. We like the forearm. We like the bone work. We like the shape down his top and the openness and the ruggedness that you see, and yet still has some athleticism in that guy and some flexibility off of both ends. Just simply need to fix him on his rear too to get him up any higher. Kind of a unique one that comes next. It's a little more moderate in his frame size. He gets a little shorter off of both ends of his spine compared to the 3 bucks in front of him. I think this one just packaged up a little bit different. This is where the personal preference takes part. I think we felt that he just didn't have the overall length that maybe that we saw in the ones in front of him. Maybe needs a shot more muscle shape as we work your way down low in through that inside and outside of that lower leg, but an awful good one there in his own right. You like the feet and leg design in this one. I love the balance, the symmetry, and the eye appeal of the paint buck. I think this one is trimming his lines, but it gets a little parallel bodied. You look at the depth and the sweep to the underside of his body cavity, you can definitely see some disadvantages in the way that he's built right there. I think more importantly, you step around to either end of this guy, he simply gets overpowered and out-horsed today from a muscling aspect to really get up any higher. But I love the trimness, I love the look, and I love the balance and the eye appeal. I like the bone. I like the foot in the one that comes next. He gets a little concave in the bottom of his chest floor, gets a little hourglass shape when we study him from the bottom point of his shoulder through his knee and then on splayed out all the way down to the ground. Fix him through that front end, see him a little square and stouter made up through that bottom part of that chest floor, open him up in that forerib, and I think this one can fight a little harder for the top end of the class. I think a unique looking buck from the side that comes next. Plenty of hair coat on this guy. We don't discount that fact, but you get your hands on him, he simply is not powerful enough from his last rib on back. I love the elevation through that front 1/3. We could probably roll him back in that horn set ever so slightly, and then along with powering him up, just certainly work his way up any higher today. The big framed, high-performing, high weight per day of age buck that comes next is one you certainly have to appreciate for all those aspects to his build, that extra bit of size and scale and length. Simply not powerful enough in his muscle design in relationship to what you see in terms of that size and scale today to get him up any higher, but useful in his type and kind. And you like the way that he gets out structurally on his feet and legs as well. I think one that really comes together on the movement is the red buck that comes next. He just gets a little overpowered in total dimension from end to end. The sheer mass that you see in front of him within the class really puts him at a disadvantage. And then the buck that rounds out the class is one we'd like to square him up through that hip, set him out a little wider through that rear underpinning, open him up underneath and see just a little more stoutness and base width throughout to really get him up any higher within the class today. Good set of those bucks from top to bottom. A lot of challenges, really good top end to be a class winner.
Thank you. Results here in our Class 36D. In first place was Dakota Ballard from Roxton, Texas, on Cody Woodford's Golden, and then all I have is DI. In second place is Freddie and Phil Groth from Zambroda, Minnesota, on PFW Show Me Boar's Tactical Force. In third place was Colton Fisher from Wiley, Texas, on Fisher Mellow Fellow. In fourth place was Buck and Natalie Pruitt from Aztec, New Mexico, on TR4 Red Crown Sage Rider. Fifth place was Nicholas Pitlick from Jordan, Minnesota, on PF08 Sizzling War Paint. In sixth place was Boston Stapleton from Somerville, Ohio, on SFGF2 Stapleton Farms Mystery S. And in seventh place was John and Amy Crawford from Burlington, North Carolina, on TKGB Unanimous Resolution. In eighth place was Ed Northcutt from Tracy, California, on NLC Brickhouse. In ninth place was Travis Levings from Okeen, Oklahoma, on 2MBG 2M Boer Goat Firehouse. And finally, in 10th place, we have Billy or Mark Ashburn from King, North Carolina, on B2GFB Square Goat Farm Gold Rule. Ladies and gentlemen, now coming in the arena is our final class in our junior Buck Show. This is class 36E. Should be 16 in the class. Also like to go back and tell you that we had a ribbon sponsor in that class D, 36D. That was the Girard Co-op. Also, while our judges are working this group of bucks, just let you know we've had another cell phone turned in. Must be the day to lose cell phones, okay? We've had another cell phone turned in. Check your pocket. If you're missing a cell phone, if you can identify it, it's yours.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, just to remind you, this again, one of those kind of major announcements here about when we're going to do our lunch break. Once again, this is when we will break for lunch. We will go ahead and show through our yearling drive. We'll show classes 39, 40, and 41, do all the yearling bucks, do the grand and reserve grand, and then we will take a break for lunch. Once again, we will go through classes 39, 40, and 41, all the yearling bucks, do the grand and reserve grand, and then we will take a lunch break.
In case you didn't hear that announcement, several of you, once again, we always wonder about what time we're going to break for lunch. Once we finish, of course, our grand and reserve grand here, we'll show all three classes in the yearling buck division. We'll show classes 39, 40, and 41. We'll do the grand and reserve, and then we'll take a break for lunch. Once again, we're going to show all the yearlings, have the grand and reserve grand, and then we will take a break for lunch. We'll tell you about how long once we get closer to that point. But once again, we'll take that lunch break after the grand drive in the yearling show.
Once again, if we can have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, just like to remind you that we're on that final class in that junior buck show, this class 36E. Be here in just a few minutes. We'll be making a call then if you had a first or second place in classes 36A, B, C, or D. We'll be inviting you back as we show for that grand and reserve grand in the junior division. So once again, please be aware that announcement will be coming up pretty quick that if you had a first or second place in class 36A, B, C, or D, as we get ready, then we'll bring you up here in the holding area as we get ready to show for our grand and reserve grand in the junior buck division. Once again, if I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we'll be wrapping up this Class 36E here in just a couple of minutes. This will be your first call if you had a first or second place in Classes 36A, B, C, or D. You need to be in the holding area at this time. Once again, if you had a first or second place in Classes 36A, B, C, or D, you need to be in the holding area at this time. Once again, if we have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, just about ready to wrap up this Class 36E. This will be your final call. Once again, if you had a first or second place in Class 36A, B, C, or D, you need to be making your way to the holding area at this time. Once again, this will be your final call as we get ready for our Grand Champion Drive in our junior division.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had a really good class here, and we brought everybody in. We went ahead and inspected everybody and placed everybody because it was around 15 head, I think, and we didn't want to cut out just 5, so we went ahead and placed them all. We may not talk the entire class, but we're going to talk a little ways down. These top 3 bucks here are bucks that we all agree on the placings. We didn't really have a lot of debate on it, but there's some differences in them, some things we may change in them. But a buck that, the way I described it to the fellow judges, the one word that comes to mind when I see this buck is athlete. That buck is absolutely just wound up, rock hard, lean as can be. Everything's going on about him. He's good from front to back. A big wide chest floor on him. He's got a lot of masculinity and just a big skull and neck on him. You see him. He screams buck. He flexes so much when he walks. You can see the muscles in his forearm, in the shoulder. You can see the muscles in his rear leg. Just a super heavy duty buck that is proportionally correct. He's well balanced. He's good on feet and legs. If we had to be super critical, maybe make him just a touch deeper in the rear flank. But I think he's deep enough, definitely, to win the class. Really stout-made buck. The buck that follows him in second's a buck that is really similar on profile. I love the head and neck on this guy. Like I say, really matches up to that first-place buck really well. He's in good condition. A buck that just gives up a little bit of width through the chest floor compared to that buck in the front. If we could maybe make him a little bit wider, I think the decision may be a little bit tougher. But he's a nice buck too. Buck 3 is a buck that if we had a set of scales standing at the gate, this buck would win just on sheer power and overall weight and mass. But we feel like, how much of the depth, he's got a little more deeper body than what the first place buck did, but how much is depth and how much is a little extra conditioning, because right behind that shoulder, he seems to be a little fluffy, I guess you could say. But I love the stoutness. I love the feet and bone on him. I love the masculine head on him. Love the top line. We like to just pull a little bit off of him for him to move up a spot or two. This next buck here, actually the next 2 bucks are bucks that are a little shallower bodied, a little longer framed, kind of stretched out, really attractive made bucks. They just kind of get out horsed on power. They don't have quite the power the bucks ahead of them did. The gentleman in the yellow shirt, his buck rounds off on the top of his rump set a little bit, but both very similar in type and kind there. The next one this young lady's got is a buck that's really attractive on profile. He's just a little shallower bodied, a little smaller frame. Maybe a little bit younger from looks of him, but I think he's got a big future because all the parts are there. He's standing on good foot and bone. He's got a good shaped head to him, real masculine looking, nice roundness of rump. You just don't see as much of him as what you do the bucks ahead of him. This next buck's beautiful flat top to him. Didn't have as much shape across the rump and down the rear leg as what the bucks ahead of him did. Front third of that buck right there is impeccable. I wouldn't change anything on him. The rear third is what I would like to change compared to the bucks ahead of him. Really nice made buck. The next buck here is a really good-looking buck. Doesn't have quite the stoutness and masculinity of his skull that I'd like to see. He's just borderline being too far up over the front of his toes, up on the front legs. He's got some good shape, and I think his better days are still ahead of him as he continues to fill in. This next buck here, the white-eared buck's another buck that's a really cool-looking buck on profile. Nice front to him, nice shape. I'd like to maybe extend him out a few inches in length of body. He's just too compact to be able to move up any further. The red and white buck, again, is a buck that I like to give him maybe a little more stoutness. He's got a little more extension than what I would like to see. Good length of body, a little sharp on that rump. Doesn't have quite the muscle on the rear third compared to the bucks ahead of him. But he's a good stout buck. This next buck is another buck that's just a little too shallow body from the heart girth through the rear flank. I'd like to give him a little bit more depth and a little more stoutness, but I love the lines on that top half. It's the bottom half I'd like to change. Kind of the same next couple bucks here. This next buck's a little steeper in his hip structure. I'd like to give him a little more roundness there. These next 2 bucks are just a little bit too off, a little too green, don't have quite the depth and overall power the bucks ahead of them did, but overall an excellent class of bucks. Congratulations.
Once again, if I can have our exhibitor attention back in the barn, we'll be doing his hand reserve here in just a minute. This is going to be your first call in that yearling division, class 39, 12 to 16-month-old division. First call, class 39.
The results here in our class 36E. In first place was Terry Brown from Touchy, Washington on Caprio's Dangerously DE. In second place was Holly Heyer from La Crescent, Minnesota on Windy Acres Real Deal. In third place was Paul and Kim Morgan from Charlestown, Indiana on 2M Boer Goats Tango. Fourth place was Derek, Sheila, and Michael and Michaela Weatherall from Tolano, Illinois on Who Feels Lucky. In fifth place was Circle R Boer Goats from Springtown, Texas on CGAR Circle R Max on Fire. In sixth place, TBBGF Tundra, that's Kathy and Katie Deemer out of Hawkeye, Iowa. In seventh place was Clint Dimmitt out of Bridgeport, Texas on SCF5 Sandy Creek's Bomber. In eighth place was 2MBG2M Boer Goats Mellow Cat, that's Travis Lex out of Okeen, Oklahoma. Ninth place was Kimberly Leifer out of Oregon City, Oregon on SNSD 5050. And finally, in 10th place was Gail Gerhardt from Alexandria, Pennsylvania on DBLG Double G Boer Goats Cheeky. Also let you know in our Class E here, your ribbon sponsor was North Star Metalworks.
Once again, if we can have our exhibitors' attention back at the barn, this will be your final call for Class 39, starting at Yearling Division. Final call, Class 39, at 12 to 16-month-old division. Final call, Class 39.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now showing for our junior grand champion. So once again, I'd like to introduce our competitors to you at this time. Coming out of Class 36A, your first place winner was Kathy and Katie Deemer out of Hawkeye, Iowa. And in second place was Lee and Sharon Dana from Clay Center, Nebraska. Coming out of Class 36B, your first place winner was Paul and Kim Morgan out of Charlestown, Indiana. And Paul and Kim Morgan also had second place in that same class. Coming out of Class 36C, your first place winner was BMAC Farms out of Pink Hill, North Carolina. And then second place was Josh Pilcher from Menlo, Georgia. Coming out of Class 36D, your first place winner was Dakota Ballard from Roxton, Texas. And in second place was Freddie and Phil Groth from Zumbrata, Minnesota. And finally, again, here coming out of Class 36E, your first place winner was Terry Brown from Touchy, Washington. And in second place was Holly Heyer from La Crescent, Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, encourage your competitors, and we name our grand champion in our junior buck division. While our judges are putting our exhibitors through the paces here, just like to remind you once again, begin to see more and more of those orange T-shirts around. Once again, that we are recognizing the anti-bullying campaign here. That is our charitable foundation where we'll be making donation this year. Once again, those T-shirts are got a price deal going on. You can get 2 T-shirts for the price of one. $20. Take that $20 up to the front office and still have lots of sizes left. So please go at the office. We'd like to have as many of those T-shirts in the building as we can, because remember, we'll be doing the group photo here over lunch. So once again, please drop by, pick up one of the T-shirts. Money go to a good cause. Also, while we're waiting on our decision here, just a second. Sometimes, you know, we have people around the ring and they don't get a lot of credit sometimes. They're kind of like one of these guys that kind of work around here. Will Cornelius, would you stand up? Will, would you stand up? This is the former state president from the state of Mississippi, from Nettleton, Mississippi. He's helped around here all that. This is Will Cornelius. Give him a round of applause, would you please? Thanks, Will. We appreciate you. The other person up here that keeps me straight most of the time, because I need a lot of help up here, Miss Karen Washington. She helps me out. Thank you, Karen. Give her a round of applause. You can tell a lot of interest is kind of picked up in this drive, because we like to have 107 or so that are watching this on the website. So once again, if you are not watching this, you got somebody at home that would really like to watch it, once again, you can go to Livestock Buyer. They're broadcasting it live here. You can go to their Facebook page. Also, you can go to the ABGA website, to the YouTube page. Once again, pick that up live. Once again, we appreciate our girls over here from Livestock Buyer. They're the ones that are broadcasting. Let's give Livestock Buyer a round of applause. They've done a great job in putting all this together and helping with the sale last night. Thank you.
All right, folks. By process of rotation, I'm talking the junior drive, because I'll be talking the overall drive also. We've got 10 really nice bucks standing on front, and the front line and the second line both here. We've talked about it before, and I think it's a general consensus amongst judges that you'd a lot rather judge a show of good goats than you would bad goats any day. And that's what makes a drive like this. And it was the same way in percentages, same way in full-blood does. It's fun to judge goats this deep in quality, because it's, you know, you almost can't go wrong, but you've got so much to choose from, and you really get to get picky about things. And it's really enjoyable to do. We've had a fun show so far, and I think the quality out here represents what we've seen this week, and hopefully it's indicative of what we're going to be seeing the rest of today. When we evaluate these 5 on this front line, very strong setup. Couple differences in type and kind, but at each class, we've got good quality representation, especially on this first place line here, all the way from the little baby up front. As we step up, we just kind of get a little bigger in size, but the quality's there. If you want to judge them from the ground up, structural quality, they're there. They're structurally correct. They're all standing on good feet and bone. I think they've all got some different things they can offer the industry, but they've all got a lot of good things to offer the industry. One of the things about bucks, in my opinion, is I want to see there's a buck. I don't want to have to get down and look up underneath his legs and say, is it, what's hanging down there? But I want something that's not so extreme in any way necessarily that you have to be limited to what kind of does you can put on him. I want one that's so good that he can go out and put him, because I think, maybe some Texas, Oklahoma folks can't, but at least on the East Coast, there's a lot of folks running 10, 20, 30 head of goats, and you don't want 10 bucks to have to breed 30 goats. You want one that can go out and do a lot for a lot of different kind of does, big, tall, short, fat, ugly, pretty, whatever. And I think we've got a good representation of these 5 to choose from as far as what we would use. But with that said, we've got to pick a grand. We've got to pick a reserve. The grand we're definitely in agreement on. I'm going to set the mic down. We're going to go out and shake hands with your junior grand champion full blood.
Coming out through. And your grand champion comes out of that Class C. That's BMAC Farms out of Pink Hill, North Carolina. And now Josh Pilcher from Menlo, Georgia, will now pull over for our reserve grand. While our judge is taking a picture there, just to let you know that a lot of good hard work in that class. Once again, your grand champion junior buck. Those trophies, everything is sponsored by Lowe's Pellets and Grain.
All right, we pulled the second place buck from that class over, that little polka dot buck. He was a really cool buck, kind of clubby looking, kind of new trendy look to him, but a lot of good traits going on about him too. So when we reevaluate these 5 here for reserve champion, we get another buck that's not absolutely exactly the same type and kind what we use as grand, and it sometimes it works out that way. You'd love to have a matching pair, but it is what it is. The buck that we have, it's going to be our reserve, is a buck that we feel like is extremely high quality. Again, a little different look, but when you get your hands on him, when you look at him, he's appealing to look at. 3-dimensional, long-bodied, square, correct on feet and legs. But when you get your hands on him, that's really where the tail of the tape is at. He's got a ton of product on him. He's wide loin. He's heavy butted. We're going to go out and select your reserve champion.
And your reserve grand comes out of that Class 36D. That's Dakota Ballard from Roxton, Texas. Also, I'd like to remind you, we're going to have a lot of good hardware in that reserve grand as well. That is sponsored by Lowe's Pellets and Grain. Once again, we appreciate all of our sponsors. Like I say, a lot of trophies, plaques, banners, and ribbons. Once again, we appreciate all those sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, now coming in the arena is our first class in our yearling division. This is class 39. Once again, that 12 to 16 month of age should be 27 in the class. The exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused this time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank these exhibitors for coming here to Grand Island, Nebraska for our 2018 show.
Once again, if we have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for that Class 40. Once again, those bucks from 16 to 20 months of age. First call, Class 40. Once again, if we have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for the Class 40. Once again, that's 16 to 20-month-old division. Final call, Class 40.
Jesse, you good on the first one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, nice class of bucks, deep class of bucks with a lot of good ones standing out here and a lot of good ones that left. I think the buck that leads out the class here, he came to the top pretty handily for us. Just a buck with a ton of muscle in him. You get up in front of him, a lot of width to that chest floor. You get your hands on him. He opens up really early in that loin with a big wide turn to that loin edge and carries that all the way back to his hip. You get around behind him. He's got a lot of thickness into that hip. Carries it down deep into the leg, but from a profile, he's also a really smooth pattern individual, really smooth and fine in his transitions, just combines a lot of power with a really nice look, and I think works his way to the top pretty easily. A little closer decision between our second and third place bucks. The buck in second, at times when he's on the move, will get a little weak on his rear pasterns. I wish he would strengthen those up a little bit. He wants to relax that top a little bit at times when he's on the stand, but you appreciate the length of body. You appreciate the curvature of rib that he has. He opens up with a lot of expansion to that rib cage right out of his shoulder. He carries that all the way back. You get around behind him, there's a lot of fullness into that hip. Carries that down in the twist and center portions of his leg. Just a really nice buck from a profile with a lot of internal dimension in him, and you got to appreciate him for that. The buck that winds up third, maybe a little flatter in terms of his rib shape than the bucks that were up ahead of him, but a buck that you appreciate for his soundness. He's got a nice big square foot in him. He gets around the ring fine. He just comes at you a little narrower and leaves you a little narrower than you would expect him to, just given the mass and the size. Love the extension through that front end. Love the length of spine in that guy. He just works up being a very sound buck, and you sure got to appreciate that in a class of bucks where there are some issues and some other ones. Buck that winds up fourth just didn't balance up quite as nicely. He wants to get a little rounder in that breastplate, wants to drop a little bit behind those shoulders. Just doesn't quite have the overall eye appeal, the strength of top line the boys up above him did. Gets a little softer in terms of his appearance, and maybe like to just harden him up a little bit. But a buck that you appreciate just for being functional, for being really deep rib, having some shape when you get around behind him. Paint buck, you love his length of body, his extension. You love the eye appeal from a profile. Just a buck that doesn't quite have the width, the power, the overall muscle shape through the center and lower portions of his leg as the bucks that were up above him today. Buck that comes out next, again, another buck you love from a profile. You love the length of body, the strength of top line, the curvature to the rib. Just a buck that for his size, he needs a little more substance of bone. And as he's moving away from you, he gets a little flatter and narrower tracking at the hocks, which really flattens up that leg shape as he's walking away from you. Just need to see more power in him as he goes away from you for as much as he has through the front two-thirds of that body. Buck we got coming out next, the dark-eared buck here. Carrying a little more skim through the front end, which I'm not saying that's bad. He just doesn't balance up quite as nicely when you get into that top line. He wants to drop that center portion of that top line a little bit, wants to turn those front legs out a little bit, doesn't quite have the muscle shape you need to see down into the lower leg for as much mass as he has up in that shoulder and up into that forerib. Red tag buck we got coming out next. Again, another buck. You love the length of body, of this extension, the trimness of pattern. Just doesn't quite have the body, the overall mass to compete with those big heavy bucks that were up above him today. Buck coming out next. Again, the pair of bucks, you just like to balance them up a little bit, lengthen and level out that top line, level out that hip, just give them a little more hardness, muscle expression to be more competitive in this class. But a nice pair of soft-bodied bucks. Let's give them a hand for bringing out a nice class of bucks today.
Result in our class 39. In first place was Joe and Barbie Teal out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, on PFW Show Me Boar's Empire. In second place, Caden Merriman from Hallett, Oklahoma, on SRF2 Shamrock's Final Design. In third place was Lee and Sharon Dana from Clay Center, Nebraska, on 881 Double D Rocket G30. In fourth place was Lee and Sharon Dana again from Clay Center, Nebraska, this time on D78 Rolling Thunder. In fifth place was Paul and Kim Morgan from Charlestown, Indiana, on 2MBG 2M Boer Goats forged in, and then all I have is FL. In sixth place was Faith Burke from Mapleton, North Dakota, on SRF2 Shamrocks Reload by Design. In seventh place, Matthew Sinclair again from Wellington, Colorado, on MTS1 Monsters Money Pit. In eighth place again was Joe and Barbie Teal out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, this time on Powerade. Ninth place was Ron and Chris Grier from Guernsey, Iowa, on GR1 Regal Honey Hollow Geronimo. And in 10th place was Austin Hunter Graves out of Greenville, Illinois, on ATW2 Woody's Magic Man. Now coming in is our second class in our yearling division. This is class 40. Those bucks from 16 to 20 months of age, should be 17 in the class. Also, as a quick reminder, in case you just joined us so far as our lunch break, we'll pause just a second.
And if we have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we are short two in this class 40, 16 to 20 month age. We need William Carbino from Lake Helen, Florida, on entry number 1854. And we need Cole Jacobson from Winnebago, Minnesota, on entry number 1907. Once again, we need William Carbino from Lake Helen, Florida, entry 1854, and Cole Jacobson from Winnebago, Minnesota, on 1907. We need those two individuals in the show arena at this time.
All right, back to that announcement as far as when we'll take a lunch break. Once again, we'll finish, of course, this class in class 41, that 20 to 24 month old. Then we'll have our grand champion in the yearling and reserve grand yearling, and then we will take a lunch break. So once upon completion of then that grand and reserve grand yearling drive, we will take a lunch break. We'll kind of give you an idea on the amount of time and what time we'll start back here before too long.
Once again, if we have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, just to remind you about what our plans are for lunch. No much you've heard this, but just one more time. We are currently on class 40, that second class in our yearling division. Go ahead and show that class 41. Then we will show our grand and reserve grand in the yearling division, and then we'll take a lunch break. We'll tell you about the length of that lunch break and time back here before too long. But once again, lunch break will come after the grand and reserve grand in the yearling drive.
The exhibitors on the outside of the room may be excused at time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Thank these exhibitors for their participation today. Thank you. Once again, as we've kind of done throughout the past few days here to show, one of the other things we have here that's specific kind of to the ABGA, we have what we call end cap sponsors out in the different barns. We have exhibitors who provide additional financial support so they can have one of those end rows, also a place for banners, those type of things. Once again, I'd like to let you know who those people are coming out of the cattle barn. We have Urban Shavana, Christy and Jeff Gibbs, BMAC Farms, Derek, Sheila, Michael, and Michaela Weatherall, Paul, Cynthia, and Philip Graff, Terry and Sue Taylor, Janet Morgzuski, Lee and Sharon Dana, Kenneth and Patricia Moats, Aaron and Denise Crabtree, Tyler Van Vorst, Michelle O'Brien, Scott Weber, and Dakota Ash, Billy Ashburn and Mark Belton, Megan and Kenny Elwood, have Billy Sue, Christy and Rebecca Hobby. We have Joshua and Sally Kerr, Maurice and Kim Irwin, Cameron Douglas Monine, Tom and Jackie Redden, and Ike Redden, Paul and Kim Morgan. Then over on the sheep barn, we have Shane, Kim, and Caden Merrin, Kenneth Beatty, Amy Sharmer, Austin Pagel, Cindy Price Westfall, Jason and Catherine Klug, Kathy and Katie Deemer, and then Don and Tracy Diefenbach, and Ryan and Tisha Diefenbach. Once again, we appreciate all of our sponsors here providing additional support. Let's go back also and do just a little bit of catching up. Our ribbon sponsor back in that 12 to 16 month old division in our buck show, that was Shamrock Farm Boer Goats. That was Shane, Kim, and Caden Merriman. Once again, they were our sponsors in our ribbons in our 12 to 16 month old group. Also in that group, we also had one of our buckle sponsors there in that 12 to 16 group. Once again, a familiar name been throughout the show here with the last past several days. That was Lowe's Pellets and Grain. Once again, we appreciate all of our special sponsors, whether it's buckles or banners or ribbons. Once again, we have the largest number of sponsors for the buckles and ribbons that we've ever had in the past. Once again, we appreciate that additional sponsorship this year.
Once again, if we have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for class 41. Once again, those bucks from 20 to 24 months of age. First call, class 41.
Once again, if I'd like to remind everyone that we still have several T-shirts for sale up in the office. Once again, a really good deal on our anti-bullying and those really, really nice-looking orange shirts. They're 2 for $20. Still lots of sizes left. Once again, we'll be doing that picture here before too long. Got to have a T-shirt to get in the picture. So once again, that's a pretty easy deal of $10 a piece on a T-shirt. So once again, all the money we raise goes back to the anti-bullying campaign. So please go by the office, pick you up a couple of T-shirts.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for that class 41. Once again, that 20 to 24 month old category. Once again, final call, class 41.
This second class in our yearling division, certainly some challenges up here at the top end, and we finally got a set of 10 out here that are quite a bit of difference amongst all 10 of them in type and kind, the way that these bucks come to you from a design aspect as well. And we just felt that the traditional colored buck up here at the top end of the class really fit the mold. When you studied this guy from length and balance aspects, you love him out of the top side of his body cavity, how he ties in so correctly out of both ends of his spine. Yeah, there's some adjustment on these things that you could certainly tweak on, but I think you can say that about everything we've had in the last couple of days. We love the extension off of both ends, how level he is out of his hip, super impressive in terms of sheer width and mass through that chest floor, progressively gets wider as you work your way back, and then with that extra length, he just proportions up in such a neat designed package that that's what got him and vaulted him up there into the top spot within the class. I think a buck that comes into the second spot, the Cape buck, that you really love the feet and leg design in this guy. I appreciate the squareness to his angles, how he sets them down in such a square manner when you watch him. You study him at the ground on the standstill, and he's got a perfect shape and size to that foot. You love the depth of heel as well. He's one that shortens up off of both ends compared to the bucks on either side of him, but I like the rib shape. I like the dimension, the look, the way that he's built over his top and out of his hip, and that's where he really excels, I think, the buck in the third spot. The buck that comes out in the third hole is one that's a little more traditional in the way that he comes to you from a build aspect. We certainly don't discount him for that look. However, we get around behind him, maybe just gets a little plainer in terms of muscle shape and pattern. He is extremely deep twisted. He carries some of that depth of muscling down in through that lower leg, maybe just packaged up a little different than what we have in the front two. He's one that's got a lot of usefulness. If you got some really trendy, more moderate frame does that just need softened up and just need built correct from the ground up, I think there's one that you could certainly attach to a program and come a long way. Then we come into a fourth place and set down square with more authority and more width off of both ends in relationship to how much buck you see up top and from behind. I think this one gets a little narrow gauged at the base. We could certainly open him up and see some more true shape and dimension from front to rear in relationship to the rest of the class, but a very unique individual there in his own right. And kind of no frills type of a yearling that comes out next, one you really can't punch a big hole in. He's maybe just a little plainer in his overall design, but we love the feet and legs in this guy. I like the depth of body, the depth of forerib, big forearm in him as well. Maybe just a little plainer in his overall design. Maybe just didn't have quite the authority when we watched him out on the travel as well, but pretty good individual there. Congratulations, young man. Then we come into a couple of yearlings here that get a little plainer out of their front 1/3. We can maybe add a little more bridge and Roman look to the nose of the buck that comes out next. But again, another one that's good in his feet and legs, massive forearm, good down his top, just a little shorter scaled and a little shorter in his overall outline comparative to the rest of the class. The buck that comes next is one that's plainer out of his front 1/3. Gets deeper at that base of that neck and doesn't tie in quite as high. We'd like to see a little more look and extension out of that front 1/3. Then the next two bucks in the lineup are ones that similar in the way that they come to you. They're a little more parallel bodied. We like to drop them down in through that lower 1/3. See some more volume and natural dimension and spring of rib to these guys to really move them up the line any further. But we love the length. We love the extension. And we love the look they give us from end to end. And then we round out this set of 10 with a buck that's got some aspects through that front 1/3 you have to love. Look how tall he is at the point of his shoulder, how extended and upright he is in his neck and shoulder attachment. He just simply gets a little more average muscled when we step around behind him and study him down that top. Just need to explode him and give him some more shape and dimension throughout to really move up the line any further.
Thank you. The results here in our Class 40 and our 16 to 20-month-old division. First place was Mike and Maureen Reese from Rio Vista, California on NF3 Newton Farms bucket F147. In second place was Jason and/or Catherine Klug from North Zulch, Texas on Sheep Shepherd Creek Nasty Habit. In third place also was Jason and Catherine Klug from North Zulch, Texas, this time on Sheep Shepherd Creek Ready to Party. In fourth place was Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma on CRRO Spook. In fifth place was John Alvaro II from Chowchilla, California on Don't Look Too Hard. We're going to take a time out in just a second.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we are short one individual in this 20 to 24-month-old division. We need Keith or Marty Clement from Gainesville, Texas on entry number 1609. Keith or Marty Clement from Gainesville, Texas on entry 1609. We need you in the arena at this time.
And back to results here. In sixth place was Jeff Pickerel from Frederickstown, Ohio on Westfall's Ladies Man. In seventh place, again, Matthew Westfall from Cable, Ohio, this time on Westfall's Big Mac. In eighth place was Derek, Sheila, Michael, or Michaela Weatherall from Tolano, Illinois on WTRL The Gambler. In ninth place was Tom or Jackie Redden out of Norman, Indiana on RBMG Redden Achilles. And finally here in 10th place, Tyler Van Vorst from Sioux Center, Iowa on TWF 1087. Now in the arena is our final class here in our yearling division. This is class 41, 20 to 24 month of age. Should be 4 in the class.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we are in our class 41, that 20 to 24-month-old division. We only have 3 or 4 in the class, so it's going to move pretty fast. So if you had a first or second place in classes 39 or 40, you need to be making your way to the holding area as we get ready to show for our grand and reserve grand in the yearling division. Once again, if you had a first or second place in classes 39 or class 40, you need to be moving to the holding area at this time. Once again, if I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we are wrapping up this class. This will be your final call. If
If you had a first or second place in classes 39 or 40, you need to be in the holding area at this time. Final call as we get ready to show for that grand champion in our yearling drive.
All right, we got a. All right, we'll give them a second to check tattoos on the first place, or all of them, but then we'll start talking it. All right, we only had $3 in this last yearling class, but we've got some differences, and for the most part, we're pretty much in agreement. You could flip-flop some positions and not be a huge argument either way, I think. But I started the class with a buck in the front that I think's kind of a combination of what's standing behind him in 2 and 3 hole. He's got good length of body. He balances up very well on profile. He's still got a big masculine skull to him. He ties in pretty good between the shoulder and the top line. He's not necessarily just excessively heavy muscle compared to number 2, but I like the squareness of that rear end. I like the levelness of rump and then the length from hooks to pins. That's kind of why I've got him standing in that first place hole. Number 2 is a big, burly kind of made buck, got lots of center body to him, good feel of muscle. I just like to square him off on his rump, make him a little more square, a little more correct on his rear legs. He just kind of has a roundness to me and kind of pulls him up underneath him more than I'd like to see for him to move up. Third buck is extremely long, extremely stretched out, but what you see is what you get. He's lean. He's carrying hardly no extra on him at all, but what you feel, he's got good loin to him. He's got some good muscling on the rear legs. He's finer boned, smaller footed, and doesn't have quite the power coming down the rear legs compared to the 2 ahead of him. He's one that I think you've got to, there's some older, soggy type does that you want to stretch out. I think he could do it, but for me, that was a good class of yearlings. Congratulations.
The results in our class 41, in first place was Brooke Huff Gleason. That's on Mr. Mystery. In second place was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma, on 4L Boer Goats Razor Blade. And in third place was Paul and Kim Morgan on Charlestown, Indiana, on Newton Farms Anchors Away. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now showing for our grand champion in the yearling division here of our full blood buck show. Once again, I'd like to introduce our exhibitors to you at this time. Coming out of class 39, your first place winner was Joe and Barbie Teal out of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And in second place was Caden Merriman from Hallett, Oklahoma. Coming out of class 40, your first place winner was Mike and Maureen Reese out of Rio Vista, California. And in second place was Jason and Catherine Klug out of North Zolch, Texas. And finally, again, here coming out of that class 41, your first place winner was Brooke Huff Gleason from Coldwater, Michigan. And in second place was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as they name our grand champion in our yearling division here in our full blood buck show.
All right, here in the Yearling Champion Buck Drive, not the numbers that we've had in some of the divisions in the show last couple of days, but some really good quality of what's standing out here in front of you. I guess in our mind, when you look at these three class winners, there's one buck with just a lot of expression to his muscle shape. He's masculine. He's got a lot of hardness to that muscle, shows you a lot of width through that chest floor, but combines that with some smoothness of pattern, some style, a lot of soundness of structure. It's going to be your buck that came out of your first class right here. He's going to be your champion.
And your grand champion, that's Joe and Barbie Teal out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and also that's Show Me Boars out of Missouri. Now, Caden Merriman from Hallett, Oklahoma will pull over as we get ready to show for our reserve grand.
And I think as we go looking for a reserve champion and you bring that second buck over from that class, he follows his type and kind nicely in that he's wide through that chest floor. He's got a hard muscle shape to him. I love the roundness to his muscle shape in comparison to the buck in second here in front of me, who is really long and level and sound. You love the extension and the soundness of that buck. But I think the buck that came out of that first class just follows his type and kind too nicely. It's going to be reserved.
And your reserve grand comes also out of that 12 to 16-month-old division. That's Caden Merriman from Hallett, Oklahoma. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have about 5 minutes until 12. Our superintendents have decided we're going to come back and start that first class and only class in the senior division. We're going to start at 12:45. Once again, we're going to start at 12:45. Also, if you're in the ring here, we're going to go